Boas noites, boas noites, boas noites. Mas cadê meu celular?
Que é isso, né?
Ai, gente, que calor! Horrível. Ai, gente, que calor!
their grab drive. So, Miss Stay-Up-Late reading under the covers. Did you?
Oh, yes.
Don't pretend to be mad at me.
It's over.
I learned that back on Earth, people used to use the stars to navigate.
I
That's
have a
so
lot of
cool.
my
Nossa,
crew
tá
over
tudo
here.
misturado,
I guess
gente.
it only worked because they just lived on one
Any way
planet.
we can
And
repay
that
you?
sounds boring.
Me dá dinheiro.
Transferring
Remind me one of
credits
these days to
now.
tell you the tale of a certain
Thanks again
song
for
of
the
Joe
help.
and where his
De nada.
stargazing landed him.
If you need something, I've got your
Brightest
back.
star in my sky has returned.
Nunca peguei uma nave porreta, tá? Essa nave aí é boa.
Landing site is clear. That's it.
Okay. How's it going?
Yes. Hello there, Dusty.
Hydrocarbons in abundance. Let us see how they have arranged themselves.
Não mata. Vai, olha o bicho subindo. No... Tá pulando. Não me ataca. Sou da paz. Viviane, às vezes ainda não morri, não. Comecei agora. Mas ó, no vídeo passado foi bonito, tá? Minha briga de nave lá foi show. O que eu tenho que fazer aqui? Colete amostras em Bridge. Aproxime-se dos alvos para concluir a tarefa. Ah, tá. Entendi. Não mata o bichinho, não. Não mata, não.
What does your scanner reveal?
Várias coisas. Não mata, filha da puta! Para! 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 Fica matando os bichinhos, cara. Que maldade. Pra quê? matou, cara. Olha que mulher ruim. Puta que pariu. Colete amostras. Que amostra que ela quer? Não tô entendendo qual amostra, que tipo de amostras perfeito. Que é Capitão Asa, gente? Nem sei o que é. Ah, tá. Deve ser coisa antiga. Minha mãe disse que você tá igual o Capitão Asa. Vamos ver quem é esse sujeito. Capitão Asa. Minha mãe disse que você tá igual o Capitão Asa. Que é isso? Capitão Asa é a Xuxa de antigamente? Ele usa o símbolo da Angélica no capacete, ó, igualzinho. É Capitão Asa com Z. O pior é que a roupa espacial que a gente usa lá no jogo mesmo parece mesmo. Ele tem uma nave. Nave do Capitão Asa. Ó, a nave dele era chique. Ele era um explorador espacial? Ah, mas onde está a nave? Não tô achando a foto da nave. Aqui, ó, só tem isso aqui, ó. Só tem o painel de controle da nave. Ele era um explorador espacial? Onde está a nave? Não tô achando a foto da nave. Eu só tenho isso aqui, ó. Painel de controle da nave.
Mande sua cartinha para mim. TV Tupi, Urca, Rio de Janeiro. Sorteio, Tenentini, lembre-me, ok? Garelli, motociclo Garelli. Mande sua cartinha e já sabe, para participar do sorteio é muito fácil. Lembre-se bem, eu vivo no meio das crianças. Aí estou eu, com as crianças, ao vivo. Se você ganhou do papai o motociclo Garelli e ele está pagando a prazo ou pagou à vista, você gostaria que o papai te desse o seu dinheiro de volta. Pois bem, você ganhou um manual técnico que está no close especial do nosso Tenente Ivan.
E bregueira.
Bem close, bem close up, aqui está. Então, aqui atrás nós temos um cupom. Cupom esse que poderá ser enviado, preenchido para o Clube do Capitão Asa TV Tupi. Se você for sorteado, o papai terá de volta todo o dinheiro que gastou. Três, dois, até segunda-feira, se Deus quiser. Câmbio.
É isso aí, gente. Esse é o programa infantil que minha mãe via. Bosa matando a fauna local. Para, Leja. O moleque. Meu Deus, gente. Colete amostras em Greenwich 28A. Que tipo de amostra, cara? Eu não tô conseguindo entender. O abecedário do Capitão Asa. Ela falou que eu vou para você colocar. Então vamos lá. Pedido da dona Vera Lúcia. Abecedário do Capitão Asa. Se eu achar, né? Nossa. Asa ABC.
É tão fácil aprender a ler no balanço do iê.
Ah, você cantava isso pra gente quando era criança, mãe.
Meu nome eu já sei.
Sempre em dia com as lições, os problemas, as soluções. 1 mais 2 são 3 mais 3, o resultado é 6.
Sempre a cantar eu vou, meu caminho a seguir. Laia, bem longe eu quero ir.
Se cantando aprender é bom, a cantar é melhor viver. Longe eu quero ir porque viver é aprender. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, depois vem o H, I, J, N, N, O, A, C, D, B, C, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, e por último vem o Z, A, B.
Tomara que essa música já esteja no domínio público, senão eu vou levar um strike aqui. Mas você cantava essa música quando a gente era criança. É tão fácil aprender a ler isso do iê. Oi, meu anjo. Ah, mas você cantava essa música quando a gente era criança, ué?
Ah, eu já cantei muito, até dei aula em Cachoeira, a professora mandou eu cantar essa música no ônibus.
Ah, mas eu lembro dela, você cantar essa música inteira.
Oi?
Eu sei cantar essa música toda. Deixa eu ir lá. Beijinho.
Asa tinha uma nave, né?
Oi?
O Capitão Asa tinha uma nave.
Eu não achei a nave dele, não. Nossa,
Então,
tem cara de ser personagem da ditadura militar que trem. Com certeza de participação.
Ai, então tá. Tchau.
Falou, meu anjo. Beijinho. Tchau, tchau. Mas você cantava essa música quando eu era criança. Boa, bonita. Minha filha, você fez uma devassa aqui, querida.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Rapaz, olha que desgraça que a gente fez no planeta. Em 5 minutos no planeta a gente quase dizimou a fauna inteira do lugar. Essa mulher louca fica matando. Ah, vou voltar ao save. Não gostei dela não, eu vou sozinho caçar essas porra. Ah, mulher nervosa, eu, hein? Pô, são matando os bichos tudo, cara. Tá doido. Mulher louca. Pirada, eu, hein? Corre, não fica matando os bichos no lugar, não. Fica quieta aí. Vai.
Is something amiss?
Espera um pouco aqui,
I will
sossega.
keep watch from here.
Vou voltar mais.
Did you need something? I can do that.
Opa, Alessandro, obrigado aí pela inscrição. Valeu. E foi morte natural, então tá tranquilo. Tô sendo ruim. Gente, que amostra que esse povo quer? Que eu não tô sabendo que amostra é essa. Pra lá. Ele não xinga na frente das crianças, mas te garanto que atrás das câmeras, meu filho, xingava horrores. A Xuxa também não xingava, não. Ela tá xingando agora que ela tá levada. Opa, vai ter torradinha amanhã. Ah, as amostras estão ali. Pô, eu tô vivendo no futuro e eu não tenho uma porcaria de um sedativo, velho. Tá doido. Eu não quero matar vocês não, caralho. Sossega aí. Ah! Olha que me matar. Sai daqui! Vaza. Briga aí com seu amigo, briga. Ai, para! Sai, seu lerdo! Bom, então eu vou voar aqui, vocês não me pegam, idiota. Ai, meu cu! Sai daí! Volta a dormir. Não, nem. Sai! Oiê, para! Traz bolo sim, torrado. Para! I don't want to die. Pronto, o imbecil ficou preso lá, consegui pegar uma amostra, só falta mais uma. Tchau, ninguém precisou morrer. Ah, mas tem que tirar foto de vocês. Ai, para de me matar. Deu dado a você, já pode se encher o saco um do outro aí. Falta mais um pajarito. Essa fauna flora aqui desse planeta é bem rica. Liga. Que famoso alfaiate é esse, gente? É filme? Vambora, o assassino de animais. Ai. Eu não consigo falar com a Andrea.
In the end, you chose the UC over the Crimson Fleet. Do you believe that was the right choice?
Claro.
I can respect that. I am no supporter of the United Colonies, but I also could not bring myself to side with the fleet and what they represent. Did getting that close to Delgado and the fleet make it difficult at all? It can be harder to act against someone once you get to know them.
Cara, você não traiu ele. Você estava numa missão disfarçada com um bando de criminosos. Eu não tô com a consciência pesada aqui, nem na história do jogo.
Perhaps. I would not have minded seeing him in pieces, but the prison will suffice. It would be foolish to think, though, that we have seen the last of the Crimson Fleet. We may have eliminated the leadership, but there are many more pirates out there.
Isso é verdade.
That is true. Life has not suddenly been made easier for everyone, despite our recent victory. For now, you should enjoy your hard-earned victory. You have done a service for all of the settled systems.
Obrigado. Ela é bonita.
No indigenous life signs. One less thing to worry about, I suppose.
Nossa senhora, mas isso aí é cheio de doença lá também.
You must be the one with the samples then. I'll get these home ASAP. If you're interested in collecting more, you can speak to Dr. Walker. Oh, and your pay? Here you are. Thank you, Captain.
Nada. Procure evidências. O que evidências? Essa loucura. Negando as aparências. Vamos para Aquila. Cheyenne. Aquila. Pousa, porra.
I know Aquila City rather well. Perhaps better than I would like.
My manor, a pleasure to see you again. I don't suppose this time you're here to buy property. It's an unfurnished one-bedroom, lots of space. It's a very... Are you interested?
Nossa, 5 mil, mano.
A shame. If you are ever looking to buy property, it's my favorite listing. I took great pains. It's historic and space.
Mansão vai ser, gente. Tá, vou comprar
You
mansão.
have made my year with this. I just know this manor will bring you nothing except joy and good fortune. It's yours.
Been up there, huh? Space? Must be cool. I never get to go to space.
Essa é a mansão? Nossa senhora. A minha casa. A minha casa que eu ganhei no começo do jogo é bem melhor que essa, tá doido? Mansão feia. Os troços sujos. Poxa, eu não consigo fazer uma estação culinária. Tá faltando alcanos, nem sei que porcaria é alcanos. Benzina e alcanos, mancada de armas. Essa mansão nem quarto. No quarto direito tem outro quartinho aqui. Quartinho muito ruim.
to prefer custom alterations to the standard issue. The stock versions are never quite what you want, are they? Come on. There are worlds to conquer.
Eu te dei ordens pra entrar no meu quarto, querido? Eu, hein? Abusada.
I'm the best. I love my job. So many memories of happy homeowners building new lives. Wait, before you go, my instinct says you're a person who knows how to work with their hands. Or are you familiar with mining lasers? Excellent. There are so many in the stretch, living in terrible. The Low House and I are working together to make cheap, affordable housing. But the land we want to build on has hard stone that needs to be cleared. When I came to Aquila City, I had nothing. I lived in those hovels like the rest. Ages ago, the Low House helped me, and I would help in return. True, I will charge rent, but only as much as I must. And it truly, once you clear the land, we'll be one step closer to change.
Hey, be careful not to point that thing at me.
Não entendi o que tem que fazer, não.
Nobody's allowed outside the city walls after nightfall, for their own safety.
Não entendi essa missão.
Keyless City's really the heart of the Freestar Collective.
Tem um atalho para tirar a roupa rápido. Pelado. Não tem pra botar, já é uma coisa.
You are, of course, welcome at any time here in Mast. Same as anyone. Just be aware that you are being monitored. We're the intelligence arm of the United Colonies. Think of it this way. UC Security responds to threats. It's Aegis's job to anticipate and prevent them. No. My parents would never have been so presumptuous. Every agent who joins Aegis gets to choose a pseudonym, pending approval, of course. I chose this for myself when I signed on. I have, of course, since learned that I am not nearly as smart as I thought I was as a younger man. I suppose none of us are. I'm the acting head of Aegis, the intelligence division here in Mast. I oversee all our active projects and agents in the field, and I'm afraid that's about as much detail as I can give you. Not even someone with your list of accomplishments can receive the proper clearance to know more. Nothing personal. All you really need to know is that we're here to serve and we're the good guys. Our main priority is the safety and security of the citizens and assets of the United Colonies, wherever they may be. We keep an eye on, well, everything. That's a level of detail I can't get into. Don't worry. You've got... That is a word that has been used, both for good... Well, you're certainly entitled to that opinion, and there are plenty of others who share it. We'll be looking out for you just as... They've got you doing grunt work, Captain. Hardly the reward I'd expect for saving the city from a terramorph attack. Admirable. I bet qualities like that are precisely why you've moved so quickly up the ranks. But I'm sure stopping a terramorph invasion didn't hurt your case. In any case, let me fill you in. We have a dead drop that we think has been compromised. So I'd like someone from UC Security to handle the pickup instead. Take the package back to Sergeant Yumi, and he'll check it in as evidence before it gets routed back to Aegis. Well, I told the Sergeant that anyone hired for this job should get my stamp of approval first. Nothing personal. It's just this sort of work isn't part of your normal detail. Of course, you're the last person I expected to be walking into my office, Captain. Suffice it to say, you're qualified. We think non-UC affiliated groups have their eye on it, and are using it to identify field agents. Normally, we just burn the location, but we didn't get this intel until after the drop. So we're going to need non-Aegis personnel to do the pickup to cover our tracks. Take the NAT to the spaceport. There should be a Galbank ATM right next to the station. The package is taped onto one of the benches. Grab it and deliver it to Sergeant Yumi and the job's done. Just the usual reports from agents in the field on persons of interest. Right now, the information isn't as important as who we're tracking. Good luck with the mission.
Hey. Engineering's going to need to run those numbers again.
Nossa senhora, deixa o pacote jogado assim, um pacote importante. Eu, hein?
How's the invest? Still have questions? Go ahead and ask. Good work, Captain. Suffice to say, you were overqualified for this job, but given our staffing problems, I'm still glad you showed up. That being said, my luck seems to be turning around. We've gotten a lot of new personnel as of late. Not just... Who knew all I had to do was put up a sign? Well, I have you now, so I probably won't hire another person for a while. Anyway, here's your payment. And if I have any more work for you, I'll let you know.
By the way, saw your ship come in. Nice ride.
New Atlantis puts on a wonderful show of security, doesn't it? Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship. Happy to listen.
Read to you, sure. I'd like that very much.
Hey, you.
You haven't asked me to do that in a long time.
Perfect.
And
Essentially
will
perfect.
you do funny voices for the kids?
Space is so hostile to humanity already, and you made it just a little bit safer for everybody. No matter what you could have done differently, this we'll have to mark it in the Constellation history books so we don't forget it when the Terramorphs are finally gone. So humble, too. People love that. Squeak! Balancing risk versus reward is tricky. Even more so when so much hangs in the balance. So, you really think the Asylees are going to work out, huh? You must have seen some data that I didn't. Everything has a chance to mutate, and most mutations are harmless. but I get it. It's scary. It's definitely riskier than dropping off some wild animals. Oh well, it's done. At least with the extermination of the Lazarus plant, the Asylees will have an easier time. That's okay.
Pior
We're
decisão.
different people and we assess risk and success differently. I'm just glad we're doing something against the Terramorphs. Hey, if you have the time, and I know you do, then stop by and say hello. I'm feeling isolated and I need to socialize. With you, specifically. I can't imagine how hard it was to be under all that pressure. A leader knows that protecting regular folk is not just a responsibility, but a privilege. And I'm proud to call you my captain. You're worried that you should have sided with a bunch of lying, murderous thieves? Hey, it's okay to second-guess yourself. You did right by us. Modest, too. They're gonna make a statue out of you. What you did took nerves. Befriending Delgado like that, it was a huge risk. If he had gotten to you, convinced you to side with them, I don't know what we'd be dealing with right now. Do I think less of you for doing what you had to do to save countless lives in the settled systems? Let me think. Not even slightly. You're a damn hero for what you did. You better not ever think otherwise. Good. He deserved what he got for what he did and for what he would have done. And if they regroup after all this, they'll be weaker next time. All thanks to you. That's a worry for another day, boss. Maybe, maybe not. But one thing's for certain. Things could have been a whole heck of a lot worse right now. And it's okay to feel good about that. Hey, I love you. Just had to say that. Yes, of course. I love our chats. You add so much joy to my life every day. And to my dreams at night as well. Well, anytime you want to stare lovingly into my eyes, just let me know.
You're something else. You are straight out of one of those film noir novels. Working undercover and thwarting the bad guys. Just walking around the key makes my skin crawl. How'd you pull it off? And you did the job anyway. I mean, don't get me wrong, helping Sistef was never on my bucket list. Commander Akande, he really wasn't as much of a tight ass as I was expecting. And ultimately, he had you back, so I guess here's to Sistef. Oh, shucks. No, this victory, really, it's all you. I just wanted to say, when we first teamed up, I had a good feeling about you. But this... you really helped people. Helped everyone. I can't wait for our next adventure. You got time for a quick chat? I'd appreciate it when you're able. The whole Terramorph situation, seriously, hats off to you. When I was growing up, everyone was afraid of Terramorphs. How they could seemingly strike anywhere at any time. The carnage. Stuff you've done here could save so many lives. Eat you a nutrient paste or the Terramorphs will get you. I don't know about these Asylees. That microbe would wipe out the Terramorphs for good and certain. I mean, the Asylees? It'll take longer, take more hand-holding, and there's no saying the Asylees will fully get the job done. I hope for all our sake you made the right call. I suppose. The United Colonies. Hell, everyone and everywhere owes you big, even if they don't know it.
Ah, Sidonia. More clothing for days after we leave.
Careful down near the mines and enter any active range.
The UC Exchange is a great place to buy your weapons.
I don't miss the war, but I do miss the glory days of training with the best soldiers there ever were.
Time will tell. They're using the Red Devil's HQ, and many of the same people are involved. I can see why some people are saying the Red Devils are back, but that's not the whole story. The new initiative's in its infancy, and while the goal is different than the old Red Devil program, I'm optimistic and ready to see how this plays out. It's with some certain comfort that I know the best and brightest minds are tasked with finding and eliminating the Terramorph threat. That's a pretty serious accusation. I assume you have proof of these alleged illicit activities?
Well, he's a governor. If what you say is true and you have evidence against him, he'll be charged with felonies. I assume he'd step down ahead of this and turn himself in, but if not, then there'll be a formal trial back in New Atlantis. If convicted, he'll likely serve jail time, plus any applicable fine. I'm sure they'd have to find a new governor. It's pretty rare for something like this to happen. So this is all an educated guess.
Let me take a look at that.
Well, this doesn't look good for Hurst. I'll say that. You did the right thing by coming to me. I'll take it from here. The United Colonies thanks you for your vigilance.
Ai.
run a tight ship here on Sidonia. Anyone who steps out of line, well, they learn never to do it again.
Some would say this place represents all the worst impulses of humanity.
Aí, filosófica, você não é chata. Nossa senhora.
There is little question that region has some influence here in Europe. Maybe Mr. Bailey feels like that.
Today? Welcome to Newell's. If you're looking for any specific goods, Rosa and I guarantee we'll beat Sieghart's lousy selection every time. Rosa Newell is my wife. We own this place together. Sieghart's Outfitters? Oh, come on. You don't have to pretend you haven't been to his poor excuse for a store off of Bayou Plaza.
Nossa, nojento assim, filho.
Oh, I don't have a problem with his place. My problem is Siegert himself. That man has absolutely no respect for the business community on Neon. He skips merchant meetings and refuses to participate in any of our group buys. Worst of all, he pays off Neon security to keep his place safe. By standing up to the lowlifes who come in here expecting me to just hand over all of my money, I refuse to be run out of business or be forced to pay protection. A lot of the merchants in Neon belong to a small merchants... It's nothing formal. It's just a bunch of us getting together to air our grievances and watch each other's backs. Yeah, sure. If all you care about is yourself. Every payment Siegert makes validates Neon Security's corruption. He's setting a bad precedent that many merchants are forced to follow.
É verdade.
Anyway, sorry. I know I can get a little intense about these things. If you'll forgive the outburst and have a look around, I'm sure you'll find something you might want to buy.
Every payment Siegert makes validates Neon Security's corruption. Setting a bad precedent that many merchants are forced to follow.
I arrived in Neon almost, 20 years ago? I had gotten a job at Xenofresh through a friend and started working on the loading docks. After a few years, they moved me up to Kazanbas processing, and that's where I met Rosa for the first time. She was my supervisor, but we hit it off right away. It wasn't long before we decided to quit Xenofresh, get married, and start our own business. We've been in love ever since. I'd say the majority of the guards are rotten, and the few who aren't simply take a paycheck and look the other way. They have Neon completely under their control. The Freestar Collective's own security doesn't even maintain a presence here. If it wasn't for the Freestar Rangers outpost, there wouldn't be a shred of justice in this entire city. Oh. Okay. Yeah. That'd be extremely helpful. I honestly don't know what to say. Fair enough. Just be careful when you're dealing with Siegert. He can be surprisingly unreasonable when he's cornered. The first time I brought up the subject, we got into a huge argument. Siegert said he had every intention of paying Neon security and that it was final. After that, I tried to speak to him a few times, but he's always been too busy to spend the time to sit down and have a decent conversation. It's obvious he has no intentions of talking to me anymore. I honestly don't know what I did to make him so angry with me.
Beleza.
No problem. I'm sure you'll find something you like.
Bonita. Precisa.
Sure.
Pelado.
Tell everyone you know about our store.
Olha, tô bonitão.
I've had enough, Rosa. Seaguard's gone too far.
Everything.
Oh, listen. James, why
should I? Go. Every time he pays NSEC, he enables them, Rosa. He's telling them it's okay to blackmail us. It's ridiculous.
How can I help you today? Stop by again soon.
Food? Check. Neuro amps? Oh yeah. Those packs. Got those too. Stony. Why bother with that other place? New one's good.
head to Euphorica after work tonight?
Nah, I'm feeling a little burnt out.
Hello there! Let me know if you need
How about
anything.
hitting up the rooftops?
Welcome to Zighart's Outfitters. Everything you need to explore the settled systems. If I don't have it, you don't need it.
It's a date.
The question should really be, what don't we sell? We carry a wide assortment of equipment perfectly suitable for stellar exploration and extraplanetary excursions. Best selection in Neon. I can promise you, I've spent years perfecting my business by polling customers, measuring sales, and... So take your time. Look around. Ask... Haven't heard that one before, but I suppose I can't blame you for saying so. I have a lot of overhead in this place, and just between you and me, I am up to my eyeballs in debt. This is a prime spot, right next to the spaceport terminal, but the bills and the rent here are astronomical. Oh, yes, absolutely. It can be... I picked up the habit from my mother. She was an extraordinary woman, made friends instantly wherever she traveled. Wise as well. If she was still alive, she would have told me to move my shop and cease paying these exorbitant fees. Sure, and going in, I expected it to be Anyway, I don't want to bore you with the details of my business all day. You're here to shop. So why don't you help out a poor shopkeeper like myself and buy something? I've been at this location for the last 8. As soon as Ryujin broke ground on the tower, I knew the city would start swarming with people. I love this business. It's my life. I can't imagine doing anything else. Absolutely! Here's everything I currently... Don't see what you need? Feel free. You won't find a better...
Peraí, não acabei com você não.
Hello. A good team always shares the load. All right, then.
A quiet evening should do me some good.
Come on in. Welcome to Sick Heart's Outfitters. Business could always be better. I'll take that. Yes, I'm aware of James's objections. That's partly why I don't go to the meetings. But if I don't pay Dexler, I'll lose my business. And what good would joining the Alliance do then? So, really, I don't have a choice here. If they want to fight Neon Security, they can. But I need to protect my livelihood. Owen Dexler is head of Neon Security, but he is less concerned with crime than he is siphoning money from honest businesses. But it's not just him. All of Neon is corrupt. The only way to survive is to give in to their demands.
Compreensível, mas não tá certo.
It's fine in theory, but this isn't New Atlantis. It's Neon. I don't want to seem like a defeatist, but frankly, it feels like a waste of time. Easy for him to say, he doesn't have my debts. If I don't pay Dexler, I might lose my inventory. And if I lose my inventory, I'll lose my store. And why is that? Rosa said that? I remember when her and James first started. They were very green. It was a different time. Okay, you've convinced me. I will stop paying Dexler his safety assurance fee. And tell the Newells I will come to the next meeting. Maybe I will even bring some beverages and snacks. You can't stand up to Neon Security on an empty stomach.
Ele é meio apaixonado na Rosa, hein? Eita, deu um chute na caixa do nada.
I just really need a mental break.
wondering what that smell is.
Packaged food? Check.
Fully stocked, and if you have a moment, say hello to my wife, Rosa. Well, I'll be. And all you had to do was talk to him? I reckon I should have. This whole time I've been so angry at Sigurd for making those payments. I never bothered to ask him why.
What did I tell you? You assume the worst in people and you'll make it so.
I knew when I told you so was coming, but I guess I deserve it. Thanks for your help on this. The Merchants Alliance is finally united. I don't know if we'll ever get a fair shake in the city, but it's a start.
Now, James, I don't want you to get upset, but Administrator Bayou came by while you were out.
Appreciate the help. Of course. I have a huge...
O que você tem de bonito aqui, meu marido? Vamos ver aqui. Aí eu vou comprar esse aqui pra Sarah. Deixa eu ver aqui. Eu acho que ela vai ficar linda com isso aqui também. Vou comprar esse aqui.
Watch your back out there.
So glad. Let me know if you need any assistance with the flyers. Ah, thank you so much, my friend. I believe that this will be a great boon for my business. Thank you for taking the time to do this for me. It is not often to see such kindness here in Neon. Certainly, my friend. It was good of you to stop by, my friend.
Fechei mais um.
What are you looking at?
Grossa.
Security? The effort to make this place livable is astounding. To no end what can be accomplished when there are credits to be made.
Gente, que navona bonita, hein? Ó, chavosa, bicha. Ó, 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 ó. Ela entra de lado, de lado.
Yes, you need me? Yes, of course. You might find it absurd, but honestly, the Lodge. I have never been surrounded by such a remarkable group of people, present company included. It has been a very long time since I have been someplace that could possibly feel like home. There are worlds beyond count out there, but that feeling is rare and precious. I have done so in the past, when necessary, but I am not the best pilot, and it seems prudent to apply my skills where they are most useful. Lately, that means aiding you. And that, I think, has worked out very well. Honestly, I cannot answer that. So many years have been driven by survival in intense circumstances. Leisure time it's been in short supply. And I suppose I have conditioned myself to not think about it much. I do enjoy combat training, though I suppose that is hardly the answer you are looking for. You have given me something to consider. Thank you for that. I hope that was informative. You do not need to ask. Thank you for asking. So, yes.
Andreja.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
You keep installing new cool things in your ship. It's like Christmas every day. You want my honest opinion? I think you're doing great, but there's always room for improvement. I mean, your ship doesn't have a library. Where's a girl supposed to store her books? What about me? How am I doing as a co-pilot? Yep, that's right. And if you ask me, I'm doing a pretty good job. I keep the ship in tip-top shape and the crew in order, because everybody listens to me. But if you think I need a few more lessons, I'm sure there are tons of books on how to be a good co-pilot. Maybe you could bring me one? Thanks! Someday, I'll be a captain like you, and then you can be my co-pilot. How about them apples?
Metida, querida.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for giving me a moment of your time. I promise this won't take long. I thought you deserved to know how proud I am that you chose to side with the United Colonies and put an end to the Crimson Fleet. You've almost single-handedly saved the settled systems from one of its most dangerous enemies. I can't possibly commend you highly enough. Well, I'm not sure I deserve that, but I appreciate it all the same. What I want to know is what motivated you into making the right decision. You had Crix's legacy in hand, and you could have easily taken it to the key. Instead... Yes, that would have been unfortunate. The Crimson Fleet would have had enough wealth to fund their operation for decades. So, no regrets betraying Delgado then? I imagine you and he formed quite a partnership right up until the end.
Jogado uma pessoa decente assim.
Agreed. With Delgado safely tucked away in a UC prison, things will certainly be quieter in the spaceways for a while. I suppose my final concern is how long this newfound peace will last. Perhaps. My only concern are the reports that Nakamura was never captured or killed. My hope is that she was smart and went into permanent exile. I suppose only time will tell.
Duvido, acho que a gente ainda vai ouvir falar dela.
Well, it appears I've soured the mood of our lovely conversation. I trust my mindless prattle hasn't been too much of a bother. Thanks for taking the time to listen.
Nossa, enfiou o troço no meio do cu.
If you want help, I'm here. I do? You must have read my mind.
Eu fico pedindo presente pros outros, gente. Eu sou tão nojenta de pátio.
Glad to haul whatever you need.
Tem esse vestidinho e esse turbante. Ó, ficou ótimo.
Having you as a friend has made a huge impact on my life. I'll never forget it. Anytime you want to talk about our friendship, I'm here. No, it's fine. There was a particular someone back in my days with the UC Navy. We actually became quite close at first, but as I rose in rank, I became more interested in my career than what she needed from me. I let her drift away. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. She requested a transfer, and I lost touch. Anyway, I've dated other men and women at various points in my life, but I'd hardly classify any of them as relationships. As you might have guessed, I tend to concentrate on work and let my personal feelings fall by the wayside. It often drives others away. Absolutely. Sona is clever, and she's proven that she can tackle it. You can rest assured that she will get the best education and care that... You know, Sona and I share an interesting bond. We both survived on that inhospitable world, and it drastically altered our lives. Most importantly, though, I'm certain we're both stronger after the experience. We should get a drink sometime.
Gente, só tem um porém, cara. A história da Sona não faz o menor sentido. A gente achou ela lá perdida no meio de uma floresta perigosa, cheio de inimigo, uma criança, e ela falou com a gente que perdeu os pais delas há muito tempo. O que ela andou fazendo? Como é que ela sobreviveu? Não faz muito sentido, não. Eu acho que a história poderia ter falado assim, ah, não, ela perdeu os pais recentemente. Aí, beleza. Não. quero achar o Barrett e dar presente pra ele.
You have my attention. Go ahead, we have time to rearrange things. Lucky me. Go on. There's so much more to say, but I understand. Glorious as always. Yes. Shuffle time. Let's see if we can even the load. Time for me to switch gears from romance to business again. Gotcha.
It's a strange feeling. Hey, if you find a new pistol, I'd be obliged. Whatever you need.
Você tá encostando nele. Toma atento, hein? Toma atento que tô de olho.
You know, you have a hell of an effect on people around you. But of course, enjoy.
Ó, ganhei ouros.
My life isn't open. Need to check on the girl child. Hey, if you need something, happy to lend a hand. Of course. Why? Oh, my shoelace is untied. Zipper undone. What's going on? Of course you do. We're a team. Bye then.
I'm not sure rehabilitation can be a valid alternative to incarceration. But I would be happy to be proven wrong. An interesting choice of location. I am skeptical of whether this retreat will achieve its goals, but I applaud their efforts.
Obrigado.
I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges. Not yet, but it's certainly a risk, given the retreat's intended line of business. But I'm not about to send anyone packing who might just need a place to collect themselves. Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But the plan is to make this place into a growth and education residence for the galaxy's incarcerated. We'll offer job training and a support network for folks that otherwise just while away their days in prison just because they didn't have the credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up regular, boring lives like the rest of us. I know it can work. Have the notation to prove it. We did an 18-month pilot program before we started setting up shop here. We're happy to now call 2 of the participants employees of this very facility. They just needed some help getting their footing. And once this place is open, we're going to expand on that success. Well, thank you. Always striving to make my presence in the universe a net positive. But still got a lot of ground to cover. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad if your vessel needs some tending to. And if you need anything else, or just want to talk, you come find me.
Tá ligado no ar-condicionado, eventualmente.
What's wrong, love? No hurry.
Ela tava me achando a pessoa mais estranha da
What's
face da
wrong,
Terra,
love?
olhando pra cara dela. Nada. Nunca fui ligar o ar-condicionado.
If you can believe it, I was Crimson Fleet. Scouring the skies for loot and glory. Ended up finding a hefty prison sentence instead, which, honestly, was probably the best for me and the galaxy at large. You'd expect right, even at the best of times. But I'm sure you didn't come here for an ancient history lesson. Was there something else you wanted to discuss? Well, once we officially open our doors, the retreat's going to have to be a lot of things to the formerly incarcerated folks we plan to bring here. Residence, school, a place for reflection. Nevin, he handles everything infrastructure related, while I take care of everything our residents might need to get them moving along healthier paths. I make sure we've got the facilities to support everyone. I arrange all our occupational training. Even got my counseling certification a few years back so I can serve as a compassionate ear when people need it. Well, like I mentioned, the retreats are a modest attempt to change how the galaxy deals with those who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Once we're open, the goal is to take in people whiling away in prison because they couldn't pay their bounties. We'll get them job training and a support network. All the tools they need to set up regular, boring old lives just like the rest of us. We're trying to do what we can to help those who need it. That the truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work, but if you found the construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you. Well, he was last seen a few days ago, so we don't think he could have gotten far. We sent our lone security officer to find him, but things didn't go according to plan out there, and now he's taken up residence in our infirmary. So if you're offering, we'll absolutely take the help. This planet is not the most accommodating to human life. It's wild, empty, and the local fauna, well, they're not big fans of humans. So while I will absolutely take your help if you're offering it, I just want you to be aware, I don't expect it's going to be a walk in the park. You don't know how happy I am to hear it. First things first. You want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Killman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Killman's last known location.
Who are you? Can't the guy heal in peace?
Calma, querido.
I got gored. Was out hunting for this dimwit construction worker when something comes charging out of the overgrowth and puts a horn or a claw or something in my gut. I never got a good look at it, but it must have been huge because it laid me out. It took me 6 hours of crawling to get back here. So unless you need something right now, I'd love to get back to closing up the hole in my torso. Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, You'll have better luck than I did. I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Killman's, but Ixtal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
Do you see anything useful?
Oh,
Seems like this can be an excellent way to conceal the presence of an illegal operation. I should know.
Caverna Clara?
Come then. Meet your death. And once again, we are triumphant.
Nossa, tá preso aí, meu filho.
No, no, I'm not going back. Stay away. Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say. Just please, not the bag. What happened? You're not here to... I was kidnapped. He caught me off guard after hours, threw a bag over my head and marched me off. But I escaped. But then these creatures started hunting me. So I ran in here. And I've got no food and I'm so hungry and... Please, take me back. I just want to go home. No, he kept the bag over me the whole time. I heard his voice. But he honestly didn't say much when I was around. I need this to be over. Please. Please, can we go? Please?
Do not fear. Your trial is at an end.
Oh, thank God. Come on. Let's get the hell out of here. You do know the way back, right? I'm so hungry. There's a... You know where we're going, right?
É só vambora.
And your scan shows...
Tá vindo aí, gente. Relaxa.
Mother of God, kid. What happened?
I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of the first aid kit. I had to sleep on the steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to...
You stay away from me. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost. Find them.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now.
They're going to have lots more someday.
Nossa, mas ele é grosso, hein?
I guess it might have been a bit naive for me to hope for a happy reconciliation, but you brought him back safe. That's what's important. Here, you have my sincerest thanks. But now, we've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper? Thank the heavens. So, we just need to figure out where we're sending you. Now, Mr. Kilman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least one or two bits I think could help us find our kidnapper.
Mas já?
I want to believe none of them would. But I've been around long enough to know how easy it is for someone to surprise you. So honestly, I don't know. But I think those hints Kilman mentioned about the kidnapper's refuge are the key to figuring it out. Well, luckily, I've got an idea where he might have been taken. There was a building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here. An old research outpost. Seems like a decent match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway. Here, the facility's coordinates. Head out there and see what you can find.
I shall stand guard while you focus.
have anything of value?
Ô, caceta! Eita merda! Morri.
Spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
Take your best shot.
Cowards.
Where have they gone?
Vou sair do planeta semana que vem, então você vai ter que assumir a cozinha enquanto eu estiver fora. Sei que você não tem muita experiência com liderança, mas também sei que vai dar conta. Este é o exemplo de menu que você pode usar para dizer, mano, tá...
takes all this to phrase, is it not? Yes. I keep whatever. Is that it then? any interesting results?
Por que eu tive que voltar pra caverna?
It seems local fauna has been nesting here. I've spent more than enough time in my life in caves. But if there is something to be gained in this one, you should investigate.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility? It certainly is. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were 2 of them. Oh my god. It's all here. The accidents, the kidnapping, Greg's attack. These 2. They did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names. But there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent 2 bounty hunters? Here? But our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
Trackers? Consider yourselves lucky to still be alive.
It appears we have been fortunate. But it does beg the question. So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say. It's really not that impressive. Used to sell these on the semi-regular in my old life. A cheating spouse wants to document all their flings without fear of their partner finding out? Just use one of these bad boys. It's computer hacker 101 stuff. And it sure doesn't explain why they've decided to harass us.
It's the official guild of the galaxy's bounty hunters, known for relentlessly stalking their targets in pursuit of a payday. To a tracker, any person with an outstanding record is a coin purse, ready to be cut open and emptied of value, regardless of the circumstances surrounding said person's record. There are few groups more ruthless. Though, it's surprising that they've intervened here, where there's no obvious money to be made. What's on your mind? That certainly seems in the realm of possibility.
So then this is an easy fix. They're bounty hunters. We pay them to leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe. We need to take a stand.
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf?
Slate's not big on details. There's 2 of them, they're clearly armed, but that's about it.
But trackers aren't usually the type to take prisoners when it's not required. So the fact that they've thus far remained largely non-violent, well, it means they might be willing to negotiate. With the right person, of course. Which I think, in this case, is you. I'm certain we can find a way to solve this without resorting to violence.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on him, and send him to the great beyond.
Filho, não seja maldoso.
The last thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo. I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare. I would hate for anyone else to get hurt in all this. So please, try to solve things peacefully. Love, I can only guess at what these two might be after. But it's clear they perceive something about us as a threat. They're afraid. And all you can do with fear is try and understand it. So, just listen to them, okay? Hear what they have to say. And see if you can make whatever it is they're worried about a little less scary. Good luck out there.
Thank you again for doing this. I'm counting the moments until it's all over. I am the sole exception. I was a neighborhood administrator for years in New Atlantis. Was tasked with maintaining the Wells section of the city. Home to many of the UC's most underprivileged citizens. I saw firsthand what havoc the bounty system could cause in a neighborhood. Parents in prison, money funneled away from basic needs. It can become a cycle. Here, we hope to give people the tools to escape it. I'm the facility's chief administrator, co-head of the whole retreat with Sloan. She handles most of the resident side of things. Making sure we've got the right people for the program and those people have the right tools to succeed in their own development. I keep the lights on and make sure things hum along smoothly. Currently, very little. But once we're open, should that day ever come, we hope to have all manner of training and personal development courses available for our residents. Most of our staff are formerly incarcerated themselves, so we hope to be able to provide a level of service unlike any other in the galaxy. Currently, but once, should that day, we hope to have all, most of our staff. I think you should offer them money, and I'm willing to help. Here, all I have liquid at the moment. Hopefully it'll be enough. Take care, please.
You're looking for my suggestion? I don't think they're gonna respect anything other than force. But I think Sloane's not gonna be happy if you handle it that way.
These trackers have already shown they're willing to hurt people. Don't get yourself killed on our account. Most of the staff here are. Got me for digital intrusion and grand larceny. Was in a bad place. Needed a lot of funds. Fast. So I hacked a couple of Galbank servers. Had maybe 6 years left on my sentence in Aquila when Sloan and Nevin swooped in. They said they'd pay off my whole bounty if I ran through their pilot program. I didn't have much else going on, so I said sure. It was hard work, but Sloan, the woman is compassion in human form. She stuck with me. And now I'm here, running the retreat shop and maybe someday one of my own. Got me for digital. Had maybe. They said they'd pay. I didn't have much help. It was hard work. Had to deal with my fair share of their kind over the years. You don't get into that job to make it rich. You get into it to be your own boss and prove how tough you are. So, my advice? Let them know that pushing around a bunch of counselors just makes them look like bullies, not tough. Be careful with those goons.
I will never grow weary of seeing places like this.
What the? Who's that?
You. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And just who the holy hell are you?
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss. I couldn't care less about the cons. They can huff fish innards until they rot for all we care. But this retreat, if they actually succeed, keep criminals out of the bounty system, well, the galaxy probably doesn't need so many trackers at that point, does it? And then maybe the big boys like the UC and the Collective set up programs of their own, just like Helios. Put us all out of a job. Now, better to nip it in the bud now before it becomes a threat. Which is why I'm not interested in discussing anything except the date and time they're shutting their doors.
It is a reasonable request. You would do well to consider it.
That's so.
Nossa, ele é difícil de persuadir.
See, you don't get it. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, when you put it that way. Fine. We'll leave the retreat alone. Can't make any promises about us being the last, though. Just get out, all right?
If you are free soon, could we talk? I wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to work with you. I know we met under, unusual circumstances. You seem to be acclimating well to Constellation. Are you enjoying working with them? I think none of us were expecting what we have found. Well, perhaps Matteo. You have certainly become a vital part of the organization. That is a credit to your abilities. If I may, from what you have seen, do you think I fit in well with the rest of Constellation? No, I do not. But I find it hard to quantify. Many of the other members are polite, but distant. I worry that my background and my actions concern them. I have not shared much, but everyone knows I worked with smugglers for years. I am no stranger to violence and death.
Divertido. Não vou falar isso.
Why should I be? It was necessary for survival. I would not be here otherwise. For those that have not lived it, it can be difficult to imagine or accept. Others here have seen conflict, but for more noble causes. Vladimir is the only one here who can begin to understand. He was the one who pressed the group to include me. I lack his charm. He puts others at ease. I fear my presence does the opposite. Jokes do not come naturally to me, not the way they do to others. If I try, it only makes things awkward. It is strange. I admit it has never been an issue before now. I know this seems trivial, perhaps childish. I have just always relied only on myself. I have never been surrounded by people like this. By a group I wish to be a part of. Does that make sense? Thank you. That is reassuring. Discussing these things is challenging for me. I hope now you can better understand why I wanted to keep the circumstances of our meeting quiet. I wanted to thank you for not saying anything to Vladimir. You said you were considering it, and I appreciate that you decided against it. I do not wish to be seen as a source of violence and nothing else. It would have been, to some. Thank you for talking this over with me. It is good to know that at least one member of Constellation understands me.
Piss off. Need to figure out where the hell we're going next.
There you are. You were gone for quite a while, love. Are you all right? Were you able to find our trackers? That's the best news I've had in quite a while. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, love. This place, all of us, we are in your debt. There is just one last piece of business, though. Nevin asked to speak to you, in private. He's waiting for you up in the office.
Ah, there you are. So, first things first, I need to say, well, thank you. And we are exceedingly grateful for it. It's just, the situation you set right, with the trackers, it's one we don't want to find ourselves in again. Luckily, we have someone, our founding donor in fact, who has offered to reach out to the Alliance, ensure their good behavior going forward. Before she does, however, she's asked for the details of what exactly occurred. I've already shared my own insights, but, well, she wants to talk to you, too. Is that something you might be amenable to? Our benefactor has said she'd prefer to do the introductions herself. But you can rest assured she wants only to thank you in person, hear your side of the story. Nothing more sinister than that. Ah, she'll be pleased to hear it. Head to Aquila City in the Cheyenne system. Check in with Justin Sneed, her security chief. And I would ask you to try and be polite. She's the only reason we're here.
Essa daqui tem 3 satélites e um abriga a vida.
Nice day now.
Tower's closed. Come back some other time. You're them, huh? I've got 2 rules for this little meeting. Rule number 1, you're not to share anything you discuss up there. This is a private matter, and we're going to keep it that way. Rule 2, you decide to get playful with that weapon, we're going to have serious problems. Think you can abide by those? Good. Miss Lance is waiting upstairs. You can go on up.
cannot, will not be a part. Things to discuss.
Não gostei dele. Você vai conseguir andar pra lá, né, meu filho? Senão...
And that must make you our guest. Please, take a seat. Now, you may already know who I am. Raisha Lance, CEO Laredo Firearms. And you, I know all about. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for the retreat. Truly, it's a project that's near and dear to my heart. I'm not the sole donor, but yes, the retreat is a project I've been trying to foster for some time now. My attempt to improve the plight of humanity, even if just in a minor way. Which is why I'm so thankful for your intervention on its behalf. Now, I presume Nevin already got you up to speed. I need details before I talk to the heads of the Trackers Alliance. Make sure their members understand the retreat's off limits. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just jump right into it. Lily here will be taking notes as we go. Now, Nevin said all the various incidents afflicting the retreat, they all stemmed from this pair of rogue bounty hunters. Do I have that right? There were a streak of thefts and accidents leading up to Mr. Kilman's kidnapping. We'd presumed they were just bad luck or local fauna. Ixel's not exactly the most hospitable of worlds, but Nevin made it sound as if those bounty hunters might have been responsible for it all. And I was hoping you could confirm if that was the case or not. Ah, I'll be sure that's noted. But you did manage to get those two to leave the retreat alone. You mind my asking how you accomplished that? Two trackers and you just talked them down? That's quite the feat. I'm interested in the details, though. How exactly did it all play out? I bet they are. So, only other thing I wanted to ask, and I'm just looking for an opinion here, is there anything in your eyes that could have been done to prevent this happening? After everything I've heard from you and Nevin, I'm inclined to agree. It'll take time to get the right people in place for this kind of work, but I'll make sure it's addressed. But that should give me enough to present to the Alliance. Thank you for making the time. Now, what you did, well, it deserves something more than just a couple of firm thank yous. Here, I want you to have these. They're a rare make, but I think you've earned it. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about before we went our separate ways? You make lots of friends in my position. Friends in the Freestar Collective, friends in the UC. The sort of people with influence over things. Like, say, how much a locality is allowed to spend on Alliance contracts each quarter. When the Alliance heads grasp that it's better for us all to be friends, I expect they'll leave the retreat well enough alone. It's something that's been on my mind for a while now. How best to help the galaxy's incarcerated population. Humanity's tried plenty of bad ideas. Throwing him in jail and forgetting about him. The UC gave that a go way back when. Took all their criminals to a penal colony on Suvorov and left them to their own devices. Well, those folks didn't appreciate that sort of treatment. Took over the colony. And now we call them the Crimson Fleet. Next, we tried making them pay fines instead of going to jail. Except if you don't have the money, that's no sort of improvement at all, is it? Bad idea after bad idea. I thought it was time we tried something new. That's where the plans for the retreat came from. Our attempt at doing things different. That's kind of you. But without your help, it might have stayed just a goal. You have my sincere thanks. Now if you'll excuse me, as you've seen, there's plenty to be done.
Excuse me.
What did you need? What have you got for me? Back to it then.
You don't need to wear your helmet on this planet. You know that.
Tá bom, vou tirar.
Right?
I suspect that if I were confined to life in an office like this, someone would end up being stabbed.
What is it? You're interrupting me. Is this time accounted for? We're on a strict schedule. I just want to make sure this impromptu meeting is properly tracked. I doubt that. I check my schedule regularly, and this conversation was not on the budget. If time is money, then suffice to say Ms. Serrano would not be pleased with such a frivolous expenditure.
Chato.
Ms. Yuko Serrano? Senior Operations Specialist at Ryujin Industries? She's one of the heads of the department you're standing in. You may have a point. And since you clearly have bandwidth to spare, maybe you can help me clean up a, minor indiscretion. We're each assigned shifts to assist operatives, ensuring coverage at all hours. Personally, I like to keep my circadian rhythms intact. Early to rise, early to bed, as nature intended. I'm not at liberty to say. I will remind you of another common phrase: loose lips sink ships. So, be cautious around the office and discuss intel at your peril. Contractually, yes, but I'd rather avoid the embarrassment. Normally, I do a good job of setting boundaries between work and life. This incident is an exception. Good. Let me give you some background. Recently, I've been assisting the impoverished in both Ebbside and the Underbelly. I pay for the occasional meal, clinic visit, or comfort. But I may have lost a slate in the process. I need you to locate and retrieve it for me. Pre-assignment intel for one of our operatives. The contents themselves aren't too sensitive, so if you're thinking of betraying me, they aren't worth much as leverage. My sloppiness is simply an embarrassment that I'd like to correct. It's not a matter of trust, but one of time. I have little to spare. You do not. Then we have an agreement. Good. Go to the underbelly and talk to the panhandler, Huang. Discarded items are her specialty, so she may have come across the slate herself. If you can manage to find it, bring it back to me, and I will pay you for the time. Perhaps I can best explain with an analogy. There is an aquatic species on Volai Epsilon, which, by cruel irony or test of metal, hatches on dry land. Only 1 in 10,000 make it to adulthood. Most are eaten. Meanwhile, there is a similar species, which begs the
Nossa,
question,
que papo chato, hein,
is
filho?
that fair? I suppose I should just speak plain. I know what you're thinking, and I am not what you'd call a bleeding heart. Moreover, but I also believe in equity. I am well aware that my life came with a head start, so I try my best to balance the equation and bring the hatchlings to the water. The conditions are character building. But as much as I dislike the underbelly, I will say this. When you spend all day keeping secrets, a burden is placed on one's conscience. The time I spend volunteering sheds some of that weight. Goodbye.
Deletar as missões que eu não quero fazer.
Ah, hello. If I can take a few things, I will. That is all? Very well. I would hope for the sake of these workers that have my attention. Need to see what I'm carrying? Goodbye. What is it? Ah, yes, we are done.
If you got any spare creds, I can always take them off your hands. Hey, Chief, you got any creds you can spare? Thank you kindly. You're a class bass, you know that? I'll do my best to someday pay you back. Street's honor. This isn't a donation, it's an investment. Presently, no. Pastly, no. Futurely, it's a work in progress. Depends on how this fiscal quarter goes. But it's gonna take a lot for me to upgrade. I found a primo spot next to the trawl store. I got a roof over my head and all the garbage I can eat. I can't eat everything they throw out, but I can eat enough. About 6 years. I bet you could tell by how good I am at it. It took a lot of practice, and some work on my messaging. But if you got any feedback, Chief, I'd love to hear it.
É demais. É verdade.
Whoa, that's pretty good advice. I'll never stop hustling, even if I'm broke. You want to know the trade secrets, huh? I don't blame you. It's a lot like real estate. Location and timing are big. You gotta be visible, but not so much that people call the guards. Chief, you're a real safety net. You put the ka-ching in catching. Oh, it's all right. Once per day is enough. I don't want you to go poor. Oh, I totally did. Found it in the dumpster right next to a half-eaten chunk. And it was perfect timing, really. You see, the other day, the wind got a nasty cough and blew away all of my business spreadsheets. That won't happen with this slate. It's like wind-resistant. I do. I write them on napkins you get from the eateries, and I use sauce packets for ink. It's not a perfect system, but it's pretty damn close. would mean I don't have to start over. All right, deal. I lost them near the employee break area. Look for any papers near the ground, the tables, maybe even the roof. You find all 3 spreadsheets, and I'll give you the slate. It's my favorite customer. Got any more creds to spare? Wow, that's real class of you, Chief. A+ stuff. Now I can get my books sorted, executive style. As promised, your slate. Tell your techie friend I didn't peek inside. And even if I did, I don't know what half of it says anyway.
I have to eat fish for dinner one more time.
Show no mercy. No
You're out there, right? In space?
unique starship models is expertly crafted. You'll enter a world unlike any other in the settlement.
Can I help you? Well done. It seems assigning you to this task was time well spent. And as I said when we met, time is money. Hopefully these credits will serve as adequate compensation. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an operative to debrief.
Só isso? Porra, o cara é rico, me paga isso.
Follow me. Let's talk somewhere more private.
Just a heads up. UZ science.
Sidonia's not so bad. Honest work. Mars is so boring sometimes. Hi, I'm Renee, and I'm so bored. My mom and dad said not to talk to people I don't know, so I thought maybe I could talk to you, and then I know you, and I won't be so bored. Aw, you're no fun. I just want to talk to someone because I'm so bored.
Plus,
you're already talking to me, so if you change your mind, I'll still be here. It's okay, I guess. It's better than living outside, because Mars can't support life outside and I'd die. But maybe it would be nice to live on another planet someday. I think I used to when I was a real little kid. And sometimes my mom and dad would take me to visit my grandma and grandpa in New Atlantis. Not really. I mean, there's Taye. He's a good friend. There aren't many kids on Mars, because my mom says that this is really only a place where people come to work hard jobs. But I wish there were more kids, because it gets boring. Like, when Taye is busy and my mom and dad are off working. I like to play with Taye sometimes. We come up with lots of games to play. Sometimes we listen to music, but when he's not around, I like to draw. Sometimes I draw things and give them to people since they're so mopey all the time. It makes them smile. Actually, want to help me? I just drew these great pictures of Space Frog, but I can't go out right now. Can you help put them up for me? Yeah, they've let me do it before. But they're working, so they can't help me do it, and they don't let me leave the condos without them. They say it's for my safety, but my friend Taya's mom sometimes lets him go out without her. I don't know. My mom says it does. She says her work friends like my drawings because they make them smile. She says it's because there aren't many kids here, and lots of people miss having kids around. Or it reminds them of their families. It's Space Frog from outer space, and he's a little frog character that I made up. I've never seen a real frog before, but I've seen pictures. Anyway, he lives in space and goes around to different planets helping people who are sad or need help. He's great. You will? Thank you, thank you, thank you! People are gonna be so happy. Here's a bunch of copies of the Space Frog drawing I made. You can post them in places where you think people will see them. Thank you so much!
Consider this unit always on the job.
Journalistic integrity at its finest.
Tem saponauta pra espalhar, hein?
Hey, I heard a rumor that you're the one who made the new equipment possible. Thanks.
I could never leave these people behind.
Worker satisfaction has been trending upwards.
It's hard not to worry when your spouse is the one doing all the hard work down the months.
Report any injuries I may cause to my supervisor.
You're listening to SSN.
Please move to avoid injury.
Sidonia can have a depressing effect on some people. Hey, you're the game. Used to think I was Vanguard material until I discovered that space travel turns my stomach in knots.
I'm going pretty good. In fact, things are...
Eu tô empunhando a arma, gente. Vou falar com a criança.
I just know people are going to love those new drawings of Space Frog. Hi, thanks for doing that for me. I wish I could do it myself, but having a friendly adult help me is almost as good.
Ué, eu vou pedir pra fazer isso não, né, porra?
I know, right? Last time I did this, lots of people came over to tell me how much they loved it. I only hope these drawings stay up longer this time. Anyways, it's not much, but I got a little something for you as a thank you.
Ah, porra, não tinha nem aceitar dinheiro, tadinho. Pô, dá até pena de aceitar esses R$12 aí.
I can understand wanting to honor or even celebrate history, but this may take it too far.
Careful, there are some dangerous areas around here that are
Value to be found in looking back through history, provided one does not cling too tightly to it.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
mud glad they have a chunks here.
Welcome to Chunks. We got lots of chunks to choose from. Hello there. Welcome to the new Homestead Chunks. We've got all your Chunks' favorites. Well, almost all. Sadly, we're out of the special sauce. I know. But everything else is still that great Chunks food you know and love. So, what can I do for you? Oh, you had to go and ask the hard questions, huh? How can I pick just one? There's chicken chunks, beef chunks, potato chunks, cheesesteak chunks. You know what? I'm gonna cheat if you don't mind, and just say I love them all equally.
Chunks mesmo.
You know I do. And what's not to love? It's delicious, nutritious, easy, fast, inexpensive. It sure makes my hungry belly sing for joy. My wife thinks I eat too much Chunks food, but I just can't help myself. It's so good. Well, but seriously, I think we're just starting to get with the times a little. And I can't think of a better restaurant than Chunks to usher that in. I think corporate just saw New Homestead as an untapped market. I mean, the locals may not eat it, but the tourists love having a taste of home. If I'm completely honest, it is. And people are always saying how this Chunks can't compare to the real deal. And I just know it's because we never had that mouth-watering sauce. I've been in contact with some of the other restaurants out there, and they'll give me some, but they say they can't afford to send it, and I don't have a ship, so what am I to do? For real, good question. They haven't said, but I guess it's made at a different facility than our other food. And they don't even want to pay the shipping cost to ship. And sometimes I get lucky and the cargo hauler passes through with a route that takes them near other Chunks and back again. You bet it is. You may not hear people talk about it, but trust me, it's the secret ingredient. It's like the glue that holds it all together. I mean, not literally. I'm not saying it's glue or that our food falls apart. It's delightful. Tangy, savory, it's a little sweet. And I've noticed that once people find out we don't have it, sometimes they don't return. It's the reason business isn't as good as other Chunks. Wait, for real? Oh, yeah, right. I actually just got a message back from another. Just tell them you're there to pick it up for me, and it should be good to go. Dang. Ooh, I can't wait until it's time to eat. I'm gonna use our discount to get a bunch of different Chunks and mix them all up.
It's so cold here. I guess I should have expected that.
It's one thing to learn about early colony life. It's another to experience it.
Aqui é muito pequeno.
We take vandalism seriously here.
I can't wait to go away on my learning vacation when I grow up. That's Waymar's wherever you live is here.
Hey. Oh, you don't really want to talk to me. I'm just a nobody from the crates. Besides, I'm not really good at talking to tourists about New Homestead. If you're really interested in our history, talk to Maurice. He's a lot better at that than I am. You do? I mean, sure. It's not as bad as you'd think. I like talking to off-worlders, especially people my age. Because, honestly, I'm not sure I want to stay here. It'll always be my home, but as soon as I can afford to... Well, I'm trying to finish up my undergrad schooling, actually. I want to be a physicist like my grandmother. But I also do some odd jobs here or there for money. Sometimes I help Jay out at his shop, and he gives me stuff in return. Sometimes I help Anya clean up at the Brown Horse when she's short-staffed. That sort of thing. The crates are what we call the living quarters for the poor people, like me. They're made from old shipping containers. They're comfortable enough, I guess. And no one on Titan is well off to begin with, but you can tell that... Okay, well, no. Not the studies specifically. Like, I get good... But I'm poor. I just don't have the kind of money to be a full-time... I keep having to take odd jobs just to put food on my plate. And when I do, my grades suffer.
20.000 créditos.
What? Really? I don't know what to say. This is beyond kind of you. I mean, I don't even know you, but... Wow. Thank you.
I did not have the opportunity for a formal education of that kind. But I recognize its value. You are good to assist her. Right.
You off-worlders have it made. See you around, maybe.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Dakota.
Damn power's on the fritz again. Joyce always seems to need help clearing eyes up.
We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
Você tem que ir lá no Alfa Centauri para voltar para Marte. Para levar uma porra do molho.
So many people, all in one place. I still cannot feel entirely comfortable.
Mas que porra de lugar é esse? Já vim aqui?
How many calories is
Welcome to Chunks.
Please choose your chunks. All I am legally allowed to say is that our chunks meet all... I don't know. Smaller chunks? Chunks are the highest quality ingredients sourced from all over the settled systems, and I forget the rest. Huh. I thought it was a joke at first, but yet, here you are. Let me get that for you. It's amazing how popular this stuff is on Titan. You'd think they just drank it over there. If I've answered each and every question, may I help?
Definitely better than the last interceptor.
How many damned versions of Shakespeare do we need? I mean, after Kincaid's King Lear, whatever.
I have mixed feelings about it. But sales are up significantly since what happened at the spaceport. People want to feel safe.
Welcome to Centurion Arsenal. It is my absolute pleasure to assist you. All sales are final, but that won't matter because you will Well, that's not a simple question, is it? I have my own personal favorite. Tell me, were you to find yourself in the unfortunate position of needing to use a weapon? What, something up close and personal? Rapid fire? Ah, yes. I'm sure we can find...
Gente, tô ficando sem dinheiro.
mortgage approval signed, I think.
Thanks for stopping by. Life in New Atlantis moves pretty fast. You kidding me? Nowhere else like it in the settled system. First time I came here as a kid, nowhere I'd rather be. And now that I've got nice and steady, I've got a good location, things keep going this way, I've got all your basics right here. Be seeing you.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you.
Your first day tomorrow?
Yeah, officially, that's my
Meus pais moram. Aqui na lojinha de roupa.
It's Hope Tech. Are we surprised the content?
It's nothing like an afternoon off.
Já tem vitrine de loja de roupa aqui, mas não tem como comprar roupa. Ah tá, headquarters.
With the consignment shop closed.
Please let me know. You won't find a larger array of options in all the settled systems, I guarantee you. Let's find you something that you love.
Roupa feia, parece roupa de... Isso eu já tenho. Ah, eu não queria comprar o vestido. Eu comprei dois. Ai, meu Deus do céu. Pô, eu perdi dinheiro.
Let's find you something that you love.
Eu não amei nenhuma. Nossa, agora esse vestido de senhora aqui, pelo amor de Deus.
I'm glad you came in.
Tudo feio, não gostei.
Should you find yourself in need, medical supplies are available for purchase at, if I may say, very competitive prices.
Something for personal use or for sale?
We offer only the best care in New Atlantis. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome to Reliant. If you're in need of medical assistance... How can I help? You're a little banged up, but it's absolutely treatable. Let's get these wounds closed up and get you on the road to recovery. There you are, right as rain. Well, you've certainly come to the... May you remain in good health.
way, Captain. Sergeant Yubi was looking for you.
E aí, meu filho, boa noite, boa madrugada, né? Tudo jóia? Um salve aí pra você também. Tô numa missão muito empolgante, levando molho de salgadinho pro cara aqui de Titã. Tem umas missãozinhas aqui que parece dívida de jogo, tá? Pelo amor de Deus. Eu tô fazendo pra juntar grana, porque eu comprei uma nave caríssima agora.
Careful. There are some dangerous areas.
We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
Boy, am I glad they have a
Welcome back.
chance here.
Is that special sauce I smell?
Tá aí o seu molho de salgadinho.
Yeah, you came through. Man,
Sim.
you really saved my butt. Corporate's gonna see just how much this place is gonna turn around. Thanks again.
De nada. Porra, eu fui em Nova Atlanta, cara. Eu ganhei 3 mil reais, um monte de bolinho. É sério isso? Porra, 3 mil dinheiros e bolinho. Ah, toma na peida.
Ah, too late. Eyes on
New Homestead is a living history exhibit, but these are real people.
Hi there. Welcome to my little shop.
Meio fudido seu shopping,
hello
meu
there,
filho.
and welcome to my little shop. Are you visiting New Homestead for the first time?
Será o quê?
Oh, nice. You know, it's always such a pleasure to meet people from other worlds. I'm Jay. I'm happy to help you find what you're looking to buy or take a look at whatever you want to sell. Trades of all kinds are welcome here. Or if you have any questions for me about the shop, the merchandise, or even just New Homestead in general, I'm happy to help. Take care.
Não. Tem secundárias que são muito boas, sim, de você fazer. Mas tem umas secundárias que são, pelo amor de Deus, cara. Esse cara me mandou pegar um molho de salgadinho lá em Nova Atlanta. Pagar uma miséria. Mas aí você tem as missões de facção também que são boas. Essas daqui, ó. Essa já fez um monte, ó. Essas realmente são divertidas de fazer. Agora essas atividades aqui, pode aparecer uma coisa boa, mas a maioria é um saco. É só pra você juntar um dinheirinho mesmo. No geral, o jogo é divertido, tô gostando muito dele. Aliás, eu já tô há um bom tempo nele. Desde o lançamento. Deixa eu ver se desosta, eu já consigo ir pra lá. Vem aqui só para isso. É um planeta rico. Bonito desse, estéreo.
Landing strong primed. Reactors fired. Of course. Don't you always say?
Rico em radiação solar. Planeta pesado, deixa eu ver. Ah, ele é um pouquinho mais pesado que a Terra. É, meu filho, eu tive que fazer isso para poder conseguir enfrentar a Frota Escarlate. Tava feio. Agora com essa navinha aí, essa navinha é uma mansão, realmente dá pra morar ali dentro.
Human of unknown origin detected. Designated outsider. This is an undisclosed secret location. Please identify purpose or depart. Outsider is not part of plan. End of inquiry. Acknowledging receipt of emergency request. Explanation deemed acceptable. Clearance granted to Crucible. Outsider will deliver 150 units of copper. Compensation will be dispensed.
Tobias, stand down. We have a visitor.
Reminder, deliver required material. End of conversation.
This is incredible. For so long we hoped for any visit, and the day has finally arrived.
Tem meio cara de psicopata, hein?
Oh dear, that's a surprisingly tricky question. Oh dear, I'm probably not the person to answer it, but it is a genuine pleasure. I wish it were even better. Your arrival is truly an historic one, but many fear what it portends. The societies have closed their doors and are arguing about what to do, while the rest hide to see which way the wind blows. Franklin would know what to do. He's the oldest among us. You should talk with him.
Sociedades. Isso já tá me dando medo.
Most of us are like me, free and unaligned. But there are 3 societies that are oft at odds with one another. The believers, the pragmatists, and the renegades. It would be wise to meet each of them. Franklin leads the pragmatists. Crucible is a tinderbox, and any spark will set it off. We're still recovering from a deadly conflict that happened 3 years ago. Far fewer of us are here to greet you today because of it. Give it time, and I'm sure the others will come out. For curiosity's sake, if nothing else.
Ai, saúde pra mim. Amigo, que cara de Silas Malafaia que você tem.
When your ship landed, I feared the robots would shoot you on sight. I am greatly relieved that they let you enter our community. But you come during a delicate time. Everyone will seek to use your arrival to further their own ends. You ask a question you already know the answer to. Yes, of course. But if you have a good heart and a quick mind, I am sure you will see my... No, we most certainly do not. Our relationship with them is a matter of some... As well you should. I am Franklin Delano Roosevelt, leader of the Pragmatist Society. Well, it is gratifying that even after all these... You see, I was an American president. Well, not literally. Everyone that lives here are clones. Some of us are clones of the greatest figures of history, and others...
Meu Deus, que
well,
estranho.
we don't rightly know. When we die, and some of us die quite often, we are brought back. I cannot imagine how strange this must sound to an outsider.
You need not imagine. I can assure you, this is all exceedingly strange. Baffling, even.
Is it? I wish I could allude, but we are as ignorant of the technology which brought us into being as we are of the outside world. Not at all. I have had occasion to see death. When someone dies, all they have accomplished here in Crucible, all of their deeds, and when they come back, they are different. Being reborn can take years, sometimes over a decade.
Meu Deus, uma sociedade espírita, só que moderna.
Now there is the question, isn't it? I do not have FDR's memories. well, as much as history records. I confess, I feel an undeniable affinity towards him. But no, I am my own man, but not all of us see it that way. I could see how confusing this, but if it's any consolation, many of us feel the same, and we live here. After decades, centuries, of trying to figure, the robots clone us for a reason. Their so-called mission. But what that is, and what we should do about it, is something the societies It's best you meet with the other societies, and after, I promise I'll explain the pragmatist's position on that. Well, it is one of the few concrete things we know about Crucible. If you want to truly know about the mission, the believers will tell you. In fact, it can be hard to get them to stop talking about it.
Roosevelt.
Be careful. Word has been sent, so the street should be full again. There is more I would talk with you about, but I would not take advantage of... Go speak with the Monirinas and Genghis Khan.
Franklin D. Roosevelt. Young. É, parece pouco. Vamos ver aqui. Aqui não tem nada a ver. Que bizarro, né?
Welcome to town, stranger. Consider me part of the welcoming committee. The name's Wyatt Earp, and I'd be most pleased if you'd use one of the spare rooms during your stay. For a modest fee, of course.
Conhecer esse povo da história americana. Wyatt Earp. Ocupou vários postos policiais no oeste americano. Foi um dos protagonistas do tiroteio em OK Corral, Arizona. Para de diminuir o bigodinho dele.
He was, and I try to be. I do the best I can to uphold the law, but the societies make that difficult. I expect I've had as much success restraining Genghis as the Chinese did. I do what I can. Roosevelt and I are both of the same mind on that. I'm for whatever side wants to keep the peace. It means that the pragmatists and I are often on the same side of things. But you might be surprised the number of times I've had to ask some of them to back off some nonsense. I can work with that. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. And by the by, I may have access to some essentials I've picked up over the years. Happy to sell them to you. It runs hot and cold. During usual times, it's an occasional scuffle. And then a society goes on a rampage, and I hope your arrival keeps things on an even keel. Hope you find what you're looking for. I'm hoping you come back for some repeat business.
Change is coming. I can feel it.
The pragmatists are the only ones who see Crucible for what it really is.
I need to go out there. I want to see and do everything.
Como é que é? Amanirenas. Quem é essa pessoa, gente? Amanirenas. A rainha guerreira africana que derrotou os romanos. Uma mulher danada. Ela ordenou um curioso ato para humilhar o imperador romano após decapitação. A trajetória da rainha africana Manirenas, conhecida também como Rainha Núbia, chama atenção pelo caminho de força e liderança capaz de derrotar um dos maiores impérios que já atenderam no mundo. Ela era conhecida pelo título de Candice, que era da... Tá. E ainda levou de volta para o reino de Kosh como um símbolo de força. A Candace então fez a réplica da cabeça para a decoração de seus palácios ou templos, mas celebrou a defensiva com um ato simbólico, de maneira a escarnecer da imagem do líder rival com uma curiosa medida. A Merianas ordenou que enterrasse a cabeça na entrada de um grande templo de Kush, só para que todo mundo que quisesse entrar no templo tivesse que pisar na cabeça do imperador romano. Dá nada.
I had hoped you would visit me. Good. Know that you stand before Queen Amanirinas of the Kush, queen of a dead kingdom on a dead world. But I earned my name, and even the sands of time cannot take it from me.
Mas você não tá mais aí não, né?
In truly ancient times, my land lay south of Egypt. History is enamored of my contemporary Cleopatra, but she would have withered and died.
Tá lá na real, né?
You walk our land a few footsteps and think you know everything. If you don't believe me, know you are not alone. Some clones deride me, but I feel in my bones that I am a Manirinas for true. The great.
Minha filha,
I
seja
remember
menos, tá?
things no one has told me. Memories of faces.
É uma terra de clones, cara. Doideira.
Allies and enemies, and the smells. The right scent, and I close my eyes.
Tá emocionada, mas você não é rainha mais não. Você tá num outro tempo, num outro lugar do espaço. Os seus conquistas ficaram lá. Esquece.
Have you no faith of your own? Something you hold to, even though it cannot be proven. It is the
No.
same with me. But I am certain. You speak to a Manirinas.
Larga de ser emocionada, mulher, pelo amor de Deus. Parece que você tá delirando, dona, é verdade. Dá vontade de zoar, mas vou falar, vou ser mais tranquilo. Vou guardar meu julgamento.
I know how it must sound. Once, I called upon mighty armies. However, on Crucible I still lead. Have you heard of the Believers? We are the ones who will take our rightful place in this, to bring in a new glorious age, and break the endless cycles of oppression and greed.
Tá, minha filha, tá emocionada.
You are skeptical. My advisors thought the same when Augustus Caesar
Meu
stood
filho, o
unbeatable
César
at
Augusto
Precious
já
Border.
era...
I led war against the United
É antigo,
Romans.
acabou.
I took
Foi
their
antes.
cities and fought them to a draw. No other king or queen can boast of that honor against that famed Roman. And that's just me. Some of the greatest lions of all ages are awaiting rebirth. What are bureaucrats, petty politicians, and lawyers against that?
Olha lá que você é emocionada, querida.
So many scoff at the mission. Before we are reborn here, that we are the chosen, we are meant to better ourselves, to learn, grow, and all of us represent the greatest figures in our history. Who better to lead the settled systems to a new golden age?
Gente, que lugar esquisito, bizarro. Pois é, minha filha, ela é a última bolacha de pacote, ela tá se achando. Ela tá aqui sozinha, sem exército, sem porra nenhuma, se achando a rainha do pedaço.
If we could do it ourselves, we would have, years ago. I do not care if you think my plan is insane. But what I want, what we want, is a chance to prove to the facility when someone has achieved their potential. The facility is supposed to set us free among this, but the machines have been breaking more and more over the years. And no one has ever been deemed worthy. I need your help to properly fix the facility so that we can prove ourselves and claim our birth.
Você foi o mais, assim, pé no chão a situação toda.
The facility is another place on this a place we cannot go. As much as we dream. Then listen well, outsider. The robots and what drives them is not here. None of us can travel there. But you can. Go there, please. And see if the facility can be repaired.
Gente, que lugar bizarro, cara. Que lugar louco. Ah, já gostei dessa missão. Essa missão é maneira. Ela não é violenta, mas é muito doida. É muita viagem, cara.
I hope your arrival doesn't mean
I just wish the societies could get along.
Ah, mas eu não tinha que falar com gente de Scan também, gente. Ah, o louco. Deve ser outro louco, quer ver?
I rarely have the patience for that thing.
Onde está esse homem, gente?
If you had a life sentence, wouldn't you do anything?
Who cares what sick experiment Crucible was designed for? We need to escape.
stranger! Weapons out! They come!
Não, não pode usar arma não. Você é da antiguidade. Gengis Khan. Ah, o bicho aqui. Gengis Khan nasceu na juventude, ascensão. Não, o cara era brabo.
The man from the stars.
Meu Deus,
Come
começou.
to see me. And you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I guess the world out there is not so different than here. Genghis Khan, a pleasure to meet you. My namesake, yes. A terrible, terrible person. But me, I'm really just a lowly prisoner, stuck on this pitiful planet.
Esse é mais realista, é mais pé no chão.
The dangers out here are of no concern to you. You cannot be fully human if you trap yourself behind walls. I would provide fresh meat for my society, so we don't get fat off the road. Franklin and I see eye to eye on very little, but even he appreciates this. And I always hope to see some means of us.
Não tem instâncias, confio em você.
The robots taught me many things, So, hunting game, even such as this. So Franklin told you of us. Oh, that we're clones? Some of us think that makes us special. That the deeds of a... But that is blind arrogance. We... None at all. It is as if I were a student of his life and times from an... I know so much about him. I am me.
Perfeito.
Perhaps you are right. Certainly. But all this talk gets us nowhere. Too many of the others grovel at the feet of the damned robots, trying to play their roles in a... The renegades will not submit. And one day... I do not know. Everything outside of Cruz... I imagine the settled systems are not so settled that a man who does not shrink from violence... A prison of the mind and the body. Crucible holds out a throne and says, obey. But thrones are meant to be taken, not handed to you by a machine. But it is a tantalizing lie that keeps the others in line. If Crucible had not hobbled us, I have died a dozen deaths trying to find a way. You get too far or disobey too much, then death. But now the robots have made a grave mistake. You hold our future in your hands. Oh yes, you can go 1 or 2 miles from Crucible, and you... I have no knowledge of medicine, but it's probably poison. It curdles my blood to be subjugated like this. But too many of the clones are sheep. As long as their pens are clean and comfortable, they bleat their arguments. I sense fire in you. Good. You will need it. You know of the facility, yes? Go there and make. It is not much to ask. And it...
Tenho medo dele, ele é meio psicopático.
So, you have heard from the other societies. I must confess, I'm very curious what an outsider thought of them and their positions. You might be the first.
Também acho.
A very The facility has gathered some of the most obstinate. It has told them that they should lead in a golden age via whatever means they see. Setting us all loose, Pada as a whole, would invite disaster. We are barely... The most likely case is anyone that leaves Crucible would die, or but if the mission is correct, and they do take over the settled systems, in the course of history, it took millennia to cast out petty tyrants. The way ahead lies not looking to the past to literally guide us, but for this generation to learn from us. Terrible and great figures we represent had their time. We made the most of it. We should be at peace with it. A tough but fair question. It is safer if the rule is strict, but if you wanted to make... But no one from the other societies. They are all dangerous. Certainly. It is evident that the facility is decaying. It is both unsustainable. Our community must be weaned off the machines. Learn how to build, grow, allowed to raise families so we can pass our lessons to the next generation. One day we will be worthy of going to the stars. Do not listen to passion. Genghis can be very persuasive, but in some sense we are an abomination. A science project made for unknown end. Once we are fully human, fully self-reliant, then we should be allowed to join the settlement. Yes, and not to be indelicate, not for lack of trying. Are we even human in this state? We have no future, only the past. I am sure in time you will see the validity of my argument. Go to the facility and see what can be done.
Over here! Hey, we need to talk.
A gente precisa dormir. Essa missão tá divertida, mas